Hey everybody, getting back at it with the pixel art for Pyrotoad. Just gonna do some more level art just like before, finish up that level we were on, maybe start a new one. Should be a good time. Not sure how long I'll be streaming, but it's still pretty early. So, well, yeah, we'll just have to see. I'm gonna spread the link around and then I'll be right back just like usual, and I'll see you shortly. Tanker, welcome in. Thank you for the first. Yeah, I'm just gonna spread the link around and we'll be right there. It'll only take a second. Alright. I'm ready to go here. Oh, there's an ad break. It's almost over. Well, sure most people are back from it by now. Oh, my tea's gone. That's a disappointment. Welcome back, everyone. I am ready to art. And Tanker, thanks for hanging out. All good. I very much appreciate that. And yeah, so we can pull up that other level I had. Where was that? 16 color. Probably going to be stealing a lot of the background tiles from here. We've already got the grass and the vines, I believe. Yep, we've got the grass there, and I swear there's a vine. Yep, there's a vine there. We'll get the grid going, and probably start with a tree. Start with stealing this tree here. Steal its branches too. I think that's a good starting point. We'll put it right here. Alright, now right there. We'll put it on a new layer so that way we can make adjustments as needed without screwing up the rest of the layers there. And I wonder... yeah, that actually looks okay. But we want it to be taller. So Control B to make a brush out of it. And yeah, now I've got a big tall tree. Although honestly, I kind of feel like it should be a little different. So let's take all of this dithered stuff and we'll scooch it up a bit. And then stretch it out a bit. So what we'll do is we'll take the bottom ones and move them all the way down to the bottom here, kind of like where they were, and we'll duplicate it. And then we'll take these ones and these ones and do the same. We'll duplicate those. I don't know what's going on with that pixel. And then these ones, same thing, we'll duplicate those as well. Oh. Now I've got a super tall tree, and the top is more lit than the bottom, and that's okay. It looks a little weird though, so let's do it just a little bit further. Like that. I feel like that works. And we could probably do another one right in the same spot on the other side. We'll change the branches. Just grab this whole thing here. Oh my god, it's Rick. How you doing, Cryptic? Did the cryptic shout out not go through? Oh, I don't have Mix It Up open. I always gotta forget something. Oh, and I don't have streaming avatars open. I gotta forget two things. Something fell off, you know? So don't worry, we'll get you that shout out. I hope you're doing well, Cryptic. And also, Tanker, I hope you're doing well as well. Hope everyone's had a great weekend. Mine's been very chill. Been enjoying it. I did a little short stream yesterday. That was fun. Earlier in the week I did a couple other streams. This guy's stream avatar has built it out a bit. Cool. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about... Thank you for that, Tanker. I was just thinking about doing some more backgrounds and making it like a redeem to switch the backgrounds up. Also, I was thinking about doing more backgrounds for like my my avatar thing. I kind of want to do more VTube models, but like I can't think of anything. Maybe like a wardrobe change. That's all I could think of. Like change my shirt, change my glasses. I don't know. Seen you around, but I avoided Twitch for a bit. Hey, no worries. I totally get that. Sometimes it feels like it sucks too much out of you. You know what I mean? And it's like it's a social. Excuse me. That was crazy. It's a social experience. So like. So when you gotta recharge socially, I totally feel that. Also, you know, I know that you work crazy hours, but there's your shout out for you. And Tanker, I don't know if you stream. Tanker, do you got a stream? Should I shout you out too? You can? Okay, cool. I'll remember to set up an auto shout out for you, so that way every time you drop in, it'll do it automatically. Tonight's your first night off since February 9th. Holy cow. That's crazy for me to think about. I mean, yeah, I mean, not even weekends? Wow, I hope you're getting paid well if you're working weekends. I never work weekends. Like, well, I mean, I do when it's like my own career, like my own, my freelance career. I'll work straight through the weekend, or even on my games, I'll just like keep working. But when it comes to like other people's jobs, they'll be like, can you come in on Saturday? I'll be like, is it required that I come in on Saturday? Like, no, but we'd really appreciate it. I really appreciate my weekends. That's what I tell them. and they'll be like, well, I understand that, but if you change your mind, we'd really like you to come in on Saturday. It's like, well, let me know when it's required, and then I'll do that. Double time pay because they felt bad making me work. Well, that's good. Last night was triple pay. Oh, I think I remember seeing that in Indy's chat. I was doing some lurking. I was actually watching a movie and lurking. But yeah, I think I read that in the chat. So that's awesome. Triple pay. I've never gotten more than time and a half. So double pay sounds amazing, and triple pay sounds freaking crazy. But you deserve it. So that's awesome. Yeah, and I know you work hard. We've talked about your job before. You do like printing and stuff, right? So on like a pretty big scale, from what I understand, right? Probably all types of different things for all types of different businesses and stuff. It's interesting to me though. You know, I've applied to so many print jobs, like especially when I like am like looking for work, or like when I move to a new area or something like that. It's funny though, I've never actually gotten a print job. I've applied for a whole bunch. I got really close to one job working a UV printer, which would have been really cool, but they went with someone else instead. I did an interview. I got to see the printer that I'd be working with, and they had all types of stuff. They had screen printing, they had UV printing. It was all golf stuff. So it was kind of like, I was like, you know, my grandpa was a golf pro. They're like, oh yeah, you're a big golfer? I was like, my grandpa was huge on golf. He used to give me lessons, and it's like, oh, so you play? I was like, my grandpa, you know, like, 'cause I don't give a shit about golf. But it would have been cool to do the UV printer. I feel like that would have been fun. I don't know if you've ever seen a UV printer, Cryptic, but they're pretty crazy, right? Hey, Cosmo the Shadowcat, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I was watching your stream. I did a little bit of lurking there to get some exercise in, but it looked like you were having a good time. It still blows my mind how that game works. The OSU game. Oh, is it Asu? How do you pronounce that? You didn't realize you get a shout. I set up an automatic shout out for people that I know, that stream, people that I know that I want to support, because otherwise I'll forget is the problem. And besides, you deserve a shout out. You do a lot of streaming. Cosmo just did a 24-hour stream the other day. It's freaking mind-blowing. I'm bad at Asu though. Is it Asu? Am I saying that right? Except you're incredible at it. Like, I don't, maybe I'm just not understanding it, but I'm just watching you move so quickly and I'm like, I can't even comprehend that fast. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. So, I don't know. I also haven't played before, so, but I don't think that you're bad at it. You play quite a bit, so you gotta be pretty good at it. Yeah, Cosmo, explain your stream a bit. I know you do a little bit of everything, right? You were playing Overload and Descent, and you were playing a shoot 'em up the other day, and lots of Asu or OSU or however it's pronounced. Anything from retro to modern games. Basically variety, yeah. It's always interesting to see people who do variety because it lets their personality show through the games they pick a little bit, you know. Sometimes I feel like when people are like stuck to one genre, you don't get to see other parts of their personality or like one type of game. Like, for instance, a lot of retro gamers, they only do like old school retro games, and that's cool because you get to like see the games that they liked a lot of times, but you know, there's only so many retro games out there. No one's making new retro games unless you consider homebrew, which a lot of times the retro streamers don't consider homebrew, which is a little disappointing. But that's only because I'm making a homebrew game, and I really like homebrew games myself. But at the same time, it's like, you kind of, the pool gets thinner and thinner as you keep playing retro games, so like you almost have to like look for games that you didn't play when you were younger, or games that you wouldn't necessarily play if you hadn't already gone through all the retro games. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the edge of this branch, and it's actually that branch, so I want this one. I could have just mirrored it and that would have been cool, I think, but that's that, and that's that. The uppercase U in with the lowercase u. I think what you get, Asu, OSU. I still have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm just on RuneScape chilling for now, but I got invited to a clan after just getting back. Oh, interesting. Cat is not amused about it though. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe get one of those automatic cat toys, right? You ever seen those? Where it's like, I don't know, like a ball that has a tail attached to it that works sometimes, unless it freaks the cat out, of course. Or like those like toroidal cat toys that has the ball inside the torus, and the cat has to like knock the ball. Sometimes cats don't dig those. Sometimes they do though. I shoot it as he was afraid of them at one point. Yeah, no, I get that. Sometimes cats can, the electronics and the motors, because cats have really sensitive ears. So like a motor that we barely hear is like grinding noise to them sometimes. So that makes sense. But also some cats do get down with that stuff. So. Yeah, I feel like if I had a cat, I'd probably spend so much money on it. I would probably get one of those cat treadmills, right? Which they probably wouldn't even use, so I'd probably spend half my time trying to get it to use the treadmill. And then don't put the uppercase A with the lowercase o. Are you trying to tell me how to pronounce OSU. So don't put the uppercase A. I'm still confused. Osu. Okay, thank you. Osu. Say it like that. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Otherwise, I probably would never figure it out. I have to look it up online and be like, how do you pronounce Osu? But I appreciate the help with that. The other day, well, this was like last week now, we had a couple of people from New Zealand in here, and the pronunciations were getting pretty crazy, to say the least. That was a interesting stream for sure. Really cool cats though from New Zealand, so it was awesome to have some out-of-towners in stream. It's always nice to get a variety of folk in on the stream. Personally, I love people from other countries. Like, I know, like in America, we all got kind of short-sighted since there's so much variety within our own country. But you know, as someone who A, spends a lot of time on the internet, and B, has some crazy sleep schedule times, like I end up being online when the only other people online are like on the other side of the world, and it's been that way for a long time now. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat, a Magcargo. A Magcargo? But yeah, so I've always been interested to learn about other cultures that way. Like Australia, you know, like the fact that they have summer when we have winter, right? That's pretty crazy. That still blows my mind a little bit. And it's the same in South America, but I think there's I don't know, more language barrier, probably less people online in different parts of South America, and it's just not something I ran into as much. Yeah, we'll put another tree here. It looks kind of like someone planted these trees in a row, but that's okay. Looks like a forest. Hey, congrats on catching the Magcargo. Sounds like Mad Cargo, but it's not. It's Mag. But yeah, I'm excited for this game. We're already talking about showing it to a publisher pretty soon. There's a certain percentage that we wanted to get done before we show the publisher, but we don't want to finish the game because the publisher's probably going to have some ideas about things that need to be changed or what they'd like to see, and that'll be really exciting too. Oh. But yeah, it's a really cool publisher, so I really hope that they are on board with it. But they've worked with the game designer before, so hopefully, fingers crossed, they're still down to work with them again for this project. But yeah, I see the stuff that they post. Hack the planet. Show up and get the car. Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I see all the games that they publish and the cartridges and stuff that they publish, and it's like they got new stuff coming out all the time. They're getting to be a pretty big sized retro publisher, and that's always exciting. I don't like that branch. We'll get this branch. I love the alerts. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys using the alerts because I spent a lot of time on them. And I like them. I only put them in because I like them. Yeah, I was thinking about making some more redeems.
Hurry up!
No, I'm going as fast as I can here. Yeah, I'm actually working on a custom fishing game. Cryptic, you have that, was it Lurkbait, right? And, our friend Indy is always doing Lurkbait, right? And I was like, you know, with Mix It Up, you can like make your own custom mini games, right? And I'm still learning how to do it, and it's taken a minute, but I'm actually working. Oh, the alerts aren't working. The audio is.
Is everybody listening?
I gotta refresh it.
Everybody happy now?
It's okay. No biggie, no big loss. The sound is the important part, right? The overlay wasn't working. What's Mix It Up? So Mix It Up is this this bot that I use. So it's really a lot more than just a bot though. So this is the chat, but then did it work that time? Yeah, see, there's the overlay. So I've got it set up with all of these commands here. So like here's the basic command group, right? And then we've got RSB commands. And so like, for example, if I hit play and test it, then it launches an overlay. So it's got its own overlay that links up with OBS, right? And then there's a whole bunch of other things going on. So, oh yeah, like the corner of the screen, the eyeball, like that's because I forgot to change things back from when I was playing around. So where is it? Overlay widgets, right? So I put this TV blocker to block the TV, and then these are going to be the different fish that come up in the fishing game. But they shouldn't be on right now because the fishing game's not working. But yeah, I'm just like flipping switches here, but it's all automated. It would be like a redeem, and then it would randomly choose one of these to turn on, and then there would be there's like currencies, right? So yeah, there's checking in, right? So that's a currency right there. It's checking in and saving that data. It's like variables basically. Certain variables are only for one stream. Certain variables are global. Some are only local and they go away right after the command is finished. And then there's some that are persistent and stick around. And there's just so much that you can do with this that I'm still learning it. Like I'm literally still learning it. There's a lot. And unfortunately it doesn't work with Kick yet, but I think they're planning to do that, and I don't stream to Kick anyways, but I think this is going to be really helpful for Infinite Metal once the Kick API gets used on this platform or on Mix It Up, whatever I'm trying to say. Because yeah, you can automate so much stuff with that. Is there an ad coming? It says on the screen that there's an ad coming, but oh yeah, in 3 minutes and 44 seconds there's an ad coming. But yeah, I can snooze that. Oh, usually stream on both, but my mind gets distracted on Twitch. Yeah, so it's probably really hard to do like multi-streaming. Honestly, I stream to YouTube. Also, like I restream to YouTube, and I was thinking about restreaming to other sources or other platforms, but yeah, it's really hard to keep up with all the differences, right? Because Kick is different, and Twitch is different than YouTube, obviously. Multi-streaming can be hard if you have too many distractions. Yeah, and then trying to make sure that everyone gets like a equal, like, what's the word? Experience, right? That can be really difficult, right? I think that's the one thing that's holding Infinite back from using something like Mix It Up to because what Infinite's got is that like he's got a second character that comes on the screen that he does the voices for, and then he's also got like a a thing that changes his appearance on his PNG tuber. So like, and he does it all manually in OBS, which is like a lot of work. So it would be super helpful for him if he had it automated. And a system like Mix It Up can automate all that stuff, but it can't do it on Kick yet. So we'll have to keep up with that and see how it goes. Yeah, Skelly is the best dragon. Yeah, for sure. You guys know Infinite. Yeah, I can shout out Infinite since we're talking about him. His stream is awesome. Retro streamer. Like I said, he's got that Skelly character that comes on, and it's funny because, you know, Infinite's a really cool guy, but Skelly is kind of can be a little bit meaner, right? He's a little bit more mean-tempered and speaks his mind. Oh, hey, Kixie's in here. How you doing, Kixie? Welcome in. And you should also check out Kixie. She's got a fantastic stream. She streams Saturdays. So we just had a great time with her stream yesterday, and I definitely recommend checking her out. Always remember to give Skelly jerky, though, if you want to be on his good side. See, I've never given any jerky, but he seems to like me. I think it's because I told him that I'd try to squeeze a dragon into the game. Sometimes I think Skelly plays favorites, too. I think I'm on his good side. I think Kixie's on his good side, too. But Kixie's heavy on the jerky. Thank you, you're welcome, absolutely. Thank you for dropping in. Send a follow to Kixie, awesome. Yeah, no, Kixie's stream is a lot of fun. She does indie games as well as like indie game window shopping on Steam, right? So we have like a just chatting session where we all chat and chime in about what games we think are cool and what games she thinks are cool, and we talk about why we think they're cool and groove to the music of the trailers and all that cool stuff. I give him jerky. Yeah, you give him jerky. That's for sure. Yeah, and Kixie, if you ever check out Cosmo the Shadowcat stream, he's been playing a lot of Osu. I think I pronounced it right that time. And like retro games and some modern games and a little bit of everything. I actually met Cosmo through an indie raid. That's how I first started following Cosmo. So this forest patch looks pretty good. We could jump over to that forest patch. There's less room to work with there, though. I guess we could put some trees growing out of the gook. Maybe going behind that. That would be okay. Maybe one going in the middle of that too. The gook. The crud. The green goo. Yeah, this is on its own layer, so I can delete these tiles. And it looks a little bit weird because of the black kind of square, but yeah, I think it's okay because GB Studio games tend to have that going on with it. Always willing to support peeps. Yeah, we totally appreciate that, Cosmo. We all do. And I'm the same way. It's always nice to meet new streamer folks and give them the appreciation that they deserve and do our best to promote. I'm gonna snooze the ad again. But yeah, might run out of snoozes soon. Oh, I don't want that tree. I want this tree. Could probably fit 2 in here. My eyes are playing tricks on me. And then we could even fit 1 here, huh? Yeah, that looks a little funny. Maybe we could do it behind these 2. We'll have to see how that looks though. It actually, whoa, that's too much. It actually works okay, I think. Just like that. I'll try not to disappoint with my gameplay. Send you a follow too. That's awesome. Thanks for being so supportive, everyone. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't think you gotta worry about gameplay so much. You know, a lot of times it's more about just the personality and the person behind the stream rather than the actual stream itself. Of course, some people are different than others. Some people only come in to see the gameplay, or to backseat game, or to you know, to do whatever. Some people have ulterior motives for coming into streams. You never know. No, that one's okay. This one, and this one, and that one. Yeah, I think that looks good. We'll have to put some branches in there. Oh, there's a Pokemon chat. Wild Eevee. That's a first gen. We'll have to throw a Ultra Ball at that. Oh, I'm usually more of a smartass. My gameplay style is nothing to emulate for sure. You know, I don't think you're a smartass, Cosmo, and Kixie. I think your gameplay style is just perfect. It's absolutely fine. You know, we're not trying to be pro gamers here, I don't think. Besides, have you ever like watched pro gamers, man? Talk about being a smartass. These people, man, like, they take it way too seriously. Could you imagine that being like your job? Like, practice the same game over and over until you get better. It probably turns you into a jerk. But also, like, to sit there and call yourself a pro gamer, and like we all know that esports doesn't make a lot of money. Like, maybe some certain figures make some money, but like, I don't know. There's a lot of people that come forward and say like, hey, by the way, esports doesn't make any money. That's a lot of pressure. That's a crazy amount of pressure. I just goof off. Can be a bit cheeky, but mainly towards some of my mods. That they're probably okay with that. I mean, you should probably make sure they're okay with it, but they're probably okay with it. So far, I think Cryptic and Kixie are my only mods, and they're both here today, which is always cool. Yeah, I need to get some more mods, I think, so less pressure on Cryptic and Kixie. But I do a pretty good job of modding myself, I think. Excuse me. I'm gonna drink some water here. You missed the Eevee! Oh no! Yeah, I caught one. Kixie caught it. Cosmo caught it. Excuse me. That's why I don't push in Magic the Gathering. As I'm semi-retired. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, that would be tough, because that's like an expense also, right? Especially to play like with physical cards. Or I think even the new version of the game online wants you to buy cards, right? Like pay to win type thing. So yeah, I used to love Magic the Gathering back in the early mid 90s, right? And I don't know, I just played against my brother and my stepbrothers, but I definitely spent some money on cards, and then I don't know what happened to them. They like disappeared. Maybe I sold them or something. I really don't remember what happened to them. But I still like to play the old Microprose game from 1997. I would get too much pressure in the championships. Yeah, the championships, that's crazy. Damn, congrats. Oh, Solace and Grizz get the most of my comments as they do it back. There you go. You can be free to play in Magic the Gathering Arena, but it takes a bit. Oh, okay, so there's a bit of a grind. Yeah, I have some friends who play the 2011 version of Magic the Gathering, but it's no longer on Steam. Like, they still play it together, but it's no longer on Steam. It's pretty ridiculous how that works. Best way to get cards is through draft if free to play. Yeah. I feel like that would be kind of luck of the draw kind of thing then, huh? But yeah. Magic the Gathering 1997 Microprose game was pretty dope. It just came with all the cards. Didn't have to buy nothing except the game. And I guess you could play it online. I never got a chance to play online. Hey, Infinite Metal's here. Recently found I have the 1997 one. The 1997 one is good. Runs on Windows 95. It runs on Windows 10. I haven't tried it on Windows 11, but it runs on Windows 10. You might have to choose the compatibility, Windows 95 compatibility mode, but it totally runs. And it's totally worth playing. I don't think you can play online, but yeah, everyone should follow Infinite Metal if you're not already. Thanks for joining, by the way. Very much appreciate you hanging out. Oh yeah, that's right. You have Linux. Okay, yeah. I played on tabletop competitively until 2019, then switched to Arena due to COVID. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thanks for the shout. Absolutely. Yeah, you're on the cool list. I've got a cool list going for people who get automatic shoutouts because I forget otherwise. So you're definitely on that cool list. And you feel cool too because it's a manual list that I make myself. It's not like some automated thing of like, oh, is this a person that you want to shout out? It's like, no, this is a person that I want to shout out. Oh, oh no, it's Infinite Metal. Hide the jerky. Yeah, I made some new emotes too, even ones for followers that followers can use. So, oh, there's an ad. I didn't realize there was an ad. But yeah, we'll take a short break for the ad break, and I'll be right back. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Alright, we're back from that ad break. We got bricks going on. Yeah, I definitely forgot to refresh Mix It Up earlier, but Cryptic caught it first, so it looks like it's working fine. Excuse me. I just ate like a coconut snack thing, like dried coconut, and the dried coconut's like sticking to my throat. I love dried coconut, but it always does that to me. I'm interested to see what happens with the pew. Maybe it's waiting to go through. Demonfish dead ahead. We're just going at it with the commands here. We'll see how it reacts. It might stack up and then do them one in a row. I'm interested to see how it works. Oh, yep. See, now it's going in with the pew. That's actually really cool that it waits. I didn't realize that it would wait. Let's catch up on chat here. Someone called the cops. Number 5 is in chat. I can still torture Infinite while the ad is running. I still win. Hiding jerky is a class 10 violation. Hence the number 5 cops. Well, I guess I'm going to jail. There's the Overlord. Yeah. Oh, Rick, whenever you want to run Overload again, do let me know. Yeah, that would be fun. That would definitely be fun. I tend to do a lot of pixel art here because I really want to make sure that I get this game done in a decent amount of time. And there's still a lot of levels to do, but everyone needs breaks sometime. So yeah, that would be fun. I'm online quite a bit, so yeah. Definitely play some more Overload, at least sometime soon. Not quite sure, but yeah. I still have to check out the DLC you got me, to be honest. I haven't had a chance to really dig into it. You know, there's a lot of things that I want to do game-wise. There, like, there's 2 games that my friends have made that are out on Next Fest, and I haven't checked out either. Well, I checked out one of them before they updated it, but they did like a really big update during Next Fest, so I kind of want to play that one again. But also this other game, I've been watching one of my developer friends make it. He's actually from the Phoenix Game Dev Discord that I'm in. I'm also friends with him on Twitter. It's Adaloot Games, and he's got this game. Let me pull it up because I don't think I've shared it in chat here. It's called Hacker, or no, Visual Hacker 2D, all one word. So yeah, Visual Hacker 2D. And he's got the live stream going too. He was talking about that on his Twitch chat. He said he got like 100 or so extra wish lists through having this on. But yeah, it's interesting. Let's check out the trailer with the music, and I'll turn my music off because I'm sure it's probably pretty cool if it's this like hacker theme. Oh, let's make it big. Let's start the trailer over. So, like, while you're hacking, it's like a shoot 'em up, top-down shoot 'em up, top-down orthographic shoot 'em up. I really like the pixel art. The lighting is interesting too. And I think this is a Unity game, which to me is always cool, being a Unity developer. I love to see pixel art in Unity. I know a lot of people, they stick to Game Maker for pixel art, but I'm seeing a lot more Unity pixel art and Unreal pixel art, which is always cool to see. I can't imagine what it's like to make Unreal pixel art. Oh, Infinite Metal, the pop. What's the pop? What should the pop do? I could make a pop command. I don't know what it would do though. Infinite would probably say the game is rigged if we do multiplayer. Roguelite? Actually, I don't think it's a roguelite. Let's take a look. It just says single player. It's like a lot to read here. That is a lot to read with no gifts. I bet they would get more wish lists if they had a GIF. People like GIFs. Visual Hacker thrusts you into the heart of a neon-soaked cyberpunk city where the battle for control is fierce and the stakes are personal. As Soren, a new hacker with a vendetta, you must navigate a world dominated by two ruthless robotic corporations, Robotic Corp A and Corp B. Your ultimate goal: to dismantle the sinister hospital corporation that holds your daughter captive. Wow, that sounds deep. In a city where corporate giants reign supreme, the hospital corporation has crossed the line. They saved your daughter's life, but now you need the creds to get her back. With an impossible demand placed before you, you face a choice to become a visual hacker that steals data and sells it in order to get creds. With those creds, you pay off the debt, or do you buy augmentations and magic to fight and get her back? Sounds pretty interesting. Let's see here. Calling rigged is a skelly move unless talking to Indy, I guess. Pokecatch, did I miss it already? Yep, I did. I totally missed it right as I said it. I was kind of trying to see if Pop would pop the stack. Interesting. Rick kind of found out how good I was at Overload for multiplayer. Yeah, Cosmo is a good Overload player. Although I did kill you a couple times. Yeah, he still got me quite a bit though. There it is. Pop otherwise could be pop a bubble or cause an error. Interesting. I feel like that might get lost on a lot of people. Honestly, I don't know much about pop, but there is a call for it in GB Studio. I can show you. While it loads. Yeah, so on scenes where I do background tile animation, for instance, this fire here is animated. If we go to down here. Oh wait. So this isn't the right game to use that. Never mind. This other game. The hacker game. Boss retro. You guys are just guessing on the commands, which is fine with me. That's fine. There is a streamer boss mini game, but I haven't set it up. That's comes with Mix It Up. It's a little bit confusing, and it doesn't make sense to me. So I can't quite put it in chat unless someone else can explain it in chat, which I don't think is gonna happen. I think on this scene I do something with that pop call thing somewhere. Maybe it's probably on this. No, it's not there either. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. Instead of using VM push to store the variable. Well, now I'm just lost. Maybe on these scenes? BM overlay set summit. Oh, that was for the other thing. Yeah. But yeah, I don't really even know. Dragon, there you go. Scully can't be summoned here, Infinite. I'll figure out a way. I'll just take a screenshot of or I'll record the screen of Infinite Metal's stream and steal his content and put it on my own stream. He probably wouldn't be happy about that, so I won't do that. But it would be interesting to see a dragon pop up. Yeah, we don't need to save that. But yeah, I kind of wanted to find out if there was anything. I think it's all epic levels. Confront 4 challenging levels culminated in the 10 boss fights. Yeah, so I think it's all handmade levels. No roguelite stuff. But Adaloot Games is an indie. This is his first game as far as I know, and yeah, so it's definitely. I think I made a logo for him actually at one point. I'm not sure if he used it. But yeah, I've been following this game for years, so it's cool to see that it's got a demo. This is actually really interesting to watch. Of course, do that as soon as I check it out. See if anyone's chatting. Oh, can't have chat up at the same time. Oh, it doesn't like that. Now it's stuck up. May have to add the Windows error sound from 3.1. There you go. Thanks for watching. This is a video loop. It's really having a rough time loading, so we'll just let that be. But yeah, I'm excited for that one, and then A Hunter's Path, which I've actually played on stream, the previous demo. So it'd be interesting to see what they've changed. That one's like a survival game. A hunting survival game, and I'm not like a hunter or anything like that, but it's cool to see. Let's get some of these branches on these trees. Oh, total miss. Yeah. Also, I really kind of want to get back into making music for Pyrotoad. I only made that one song, and definitely needs more than one song. That's for certain. Sorry, I'm just getting another window open here. Duplicate. I don't know what I did there. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, more branches on these trees I think is in order. Maybe grab another one of these big long ones. Put it down here. But yeah, you know, I was looking at the projections for the weather, and there's looking like there's gonna be some storms in a week or so. What is today? The 2nd? Yeah. So not this week, probably not. Although it is raining right now, but like next week, it looks like there might be some storms between this time, like the 12th to the 19th or so. It looks like Texas is gonna get it worse than Oklahoma. But either way, it's looking pretty bad. So I might actually dip out to Illinois for a little bit and see my mom. She's actually in Florida right now, which is interesting. But she's got some family down there, and I was chatting with her earlier. She's doing pretty good, all things considered. And she's got the pets down there with her. She loves Florida. She's really into Florida. But yeah, her brother lives there, so she's got people helping her and taking care of her down there too, so that's really awesome to see. But yeah, it'll be interesting to go back up to Illinois for a little bit. Honestly, I don't really miss it that much up there, but it'll be great to hang out with the family and to dodge some storms, perhaps. Hopefully, the neighbor's trampoline doesn't attack my house again. Yeah, the first week that I moved here, the neighbor's trampoline managed to fly over the fence and hit my house. Even though we had it staked down. I hope that he chains that thing this time. Judge! You're in the wrong stream for that. No judgment here. But I won't judge you for that. Judge, no. Can't hurt to try, right? Secret? What would secret do? Are these like Nightbot commands that everyone should have? I don't have Nightbot, so or what's the other one? Moobot? I don't have Moobot either. It's a secret. It's a secret to everyone. You're making me think I should put in more commands. I kind of want to do my own versions of common commands, so when someone comes in thinking there's like a common command that they use and my own thing happens, they're like, what the heck? Like for instance, when Indy came in here and started using the fish command for lurk bait, it did the demon fish dead ahead stuff because I set it up to do that. Yeah. I think I got rid of it actually, because I didn't want it to get confusing since I was working on the fishing game, so I removed that second command. So sorry. It was the same thing as the demon fish dead ahead command, which you've already done. So no real loss there. But yeah, Indy came in and did that. You know what I want to do, and don't tell Indy. I gotta check to make sure he's not here. Yeah, he's not here. So what I'm gonna do, because he always comes in to fart, right? He always does the fart command. I'm gonna make like a secondary part to that command that that says something special if it's Indy, I think. Maybe something about him pooping the bed or something like that. Metal. Pyrotoad. Pyro. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a Pyrotoad command. Haven't gotten to it yet. It takes time to do those things. But that's a good idea. Next time I'm like scratching my head thinking of new commands, I'm gonna DM you and be like, hey Infinite, what command should I do next? Because you got some good ideas here. Oh, Wild Jinx appears. I don't know what a Jinx is. Some type of Pokemon. The RSB, yeah, that's a real command. You got that one to work. Pokey Hunt. It's funny how like anything pokey, all of a sudden the Pokemon community games like, nope, that's not a command. Like, what if you just do pokey? What about Pokeball? That command doesn't exist either. Pokey. No, you're doing it wrong. It's Pokey Hokey. See? Or there's that Earthbound song, Pokey means business. Or it's, wait, yeah, that's spelled pokey the same way, like hokey pokey. I guess I have to turn myself around. It's a good one. I mean, can't expect someone else to turn you around for you, right? Sometimes you just gotta turn yourself around. Always wondered if there was a deeper meaning to that song, right? You put your left foot in, you put your left foot out, you put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. Like, what does that mean? What is the meaning to all of this? Left foot, right foot, shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. There was that show, Mythic Quest, which I thought was hilarious, by the way. I don't know what service it's on. I want to say it's like Apple or something. I don't even know. But it was pretty funny. I got a kick out of it. If you like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, then it's like that, except like game devs. So I thought that was pretty good. But there was a wasn't it a dance instruction like cha-cha slide? pretty much like teaching you how to dance while singing you a song. But yeah, there was a scene in Mythic Quest where the two of the people are talking to each other about how their jobs like require them to not really do anything, but they want to make sure that they look like they're doing something, so they call it the hokey pokey. You turn yourself about, you know, you end up in the same spot that you were. You pretend to be doing stuff, but you don't end up actually doing anything. The hokey pokey. I thought that was funny. But yeah, I really got a kick out of that show. It's like, It's Always Sunny, but game devs, and I don't know if you ever watched It's Always Sunny. It's very dark, humored, narcissistic, and actually one of the characters is from It's Always Sunny, so I think that's why it's like it has that vibe so much, and it really does. It 100% has that vibe. I can't remember the character's name or the actor's name. Oh, but Charlie Day is in an episode too, I believe. I think, well, he was one of the writers at least. I'm pretty sure he's in one of the episodes though. I saw a bit. I remember some of my siblings really liking it. Yeah, I thought it was funny. The one that sticks out to me was when they decide to hunt the homeless guy. Oh, It's Always Fun. It's Always Sunny. Yeah, It's Always Sunny was definitely pretty funny. The one that sticks out to me the most was where he's like, how about you and I go toe to toe in bird law or whatever. You know, he's all talking about bird law. He's like pretending to be a lawyer, but he's like saying that he knows about bird law. Or kitten mittens. That one was funny too. There were some really good episodes. Or there was one where Frank is like on acid, but he's like he like thinks he's taking a crap in a trailer, but he's actually like in a barrel or something. I can't remember. It was funny though. And then I think Charlie Day is the Green Man. But also that episode where it's like Day Man, fighter of the night man. Like that shit was fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, that was just so funny. He like performs a musical. Yeah, I thought that was really good. Like Master of Karate. And what were the other lyrics? Something about like, I don't even remember. It was good though. Kind of old school now. Cause yeah, I remember watching that all the way back in like 2011, and then I watched a lot of it again when it was on Netflix. Cause I think it was on Comedy Central or something like that. But when they hunt the homeless guy, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, they mistreat a lot of people on that show. Like that's part of the gag, is like that these narcissistic people, like 4 different narcissistic people, just like only caring about themselves and just like treating everyone else like complete dirt. And like it's funny, but after a while it like wears thin, because it's like so like just dark, and I don't know, it's funny but not that funny. Did you ever watch Glitch by chance? I don't know that one actually. Kind of want to look it up now. Tell me about it while I look it up. Glitch, is it a show? Australian drama? Is this what we're talking about? Glitch? Probably not. It was a comedy. Oh, okay. Well, let's... Oh, a web show. Well, let's try again. So this is why I had to ask you. Oh wait, I think I found it on IMDb. Where did? Oh, what happened? Oops. This one. Is this it? Where he's a video game tester? Have you ever wished your life was more like a video game? Glitch is an original comedy series that was Kickstarter funded and created on roughly $18,000 budget. It's about a game tester, Glitch, who's going through a quarter life crisis, much like we all have, and begins experiencing old school and 8-bit glitches that mess with his life. Yep, that's it. Okay, cool. Yeah, 2012. I'll put that on the list. I'll have to check it out. Looks interesting. Looks a lot more interesting than that other show. Where'd my phone go? I'm gonna add this to the list. glitch. And we'll put the date so I don't get confused. 2012 or 2012. Yeah, that's what 2012 is. 2012, yeah. Man, 2012 was a strange year. Remember that? Like, everyone thought the world was gonna end. Well, not everyone. Lots of people thought the world was gonna end because of the Mayan calendar. Like, what? I think even Incubus mentioned it in one of their songs, right? We'll stand around till 2012 AD. What are you waiting for? A certain shade of green. Only one season, unfortunately, but it was a fun show. Hey, $18,000 can only go so far, right? It's a miracle they made the whole season off 18,000 bucks. Yeah, because it stopped, but there was nothing indicating they stopped because that was the end of the world or anything. Oh, right on, yeah. Right, the Mayan calendar, yeah, their whole thing was that, like, everything happened in cycles and stuff like that. But I think a lot of the hoopla behind that was because the Mayan civilization just disappeared, right? They don't know what happened to them, and that's kind of strange, but there's probably evidence that we're overlooking. We are gonna have an ad here in like just a second, and I can't snooze it, unfortunately. Yeah, I think they tried to sell it to Yahoo TV at the time or something to keep it going, or pitch it to them, or get the money to continue it, or whatever. That's gotta be rough, you know, to like have something that like a lot of people are into, but like not everyone, or it's not able to get enough funding for whatever reason. I'm just noticing that this one has these 3 dots, but this one doesn't. I'm gonna look at this one and see what I did here. Oh, that one doesn't have them either. I feel like it should though. Yeah, I definitely feel like it should have those dots. So we're gonna go and fix all of them. That should do it. Oh, this one too. Alright, so now that one's fixed, we're gonna save it. Yep. And then we'll add it to the game files before I forget. Was it 16? Edit? Double check, take a look at it. Yeah. I just don't want to forget about those changes, because I'm sure I will otherwise. Okay. Paste. We'll replace it. Cool, and then we'll fix the trunks on these ones too. It's a good way to spend the ad break. Fixing stuff that should have been fixed before. Oops. Alright, that's the ad break. Welcome back from the ad break. I've been fixing these little pixel differences on these stumps, so you didn't miss anything. Anyone who was stuck in the ads, you missed nothing. But on web series, there's one that I really got a kick out of. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe not. It's called Video Game High School, and it is hilarious. It's a little bit cheesy, and yeah, I don't know, but it's a trip, and it's all on YouTube. But I'm a big fan. I found it in like 2018 or something, and I've watched it maybe like 4 or 5 times already. Yeah, Video Game High School. This shit cracks me up. Apparently it was on Sci-Fi. I didn't realize that. And there's 3 seasons. But the complete series, Rocket Jump is the producer. It was also on Netflix at one point. I did not know it was on Netflix. Oh, I love Video Game High School. Oh, cool. You know it too. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. It also got more intense the last season. Yeah, the budget increased with every season, and the episodes got longer with each season too. Was also on Netflix. That blows my mind. I didn't catch it on Netflix. I've had Netflix since the beginning, and some things get by me for sure. An early example of you know, or maybe I did see it on Netflix. Maybe that's where I found it. Maybe. I don't even remember. But yeah, the one guy did all the special effects, which was a huge deal at the time. Yeah, one guy doing all the effects. That's crazy. But yeah, I know the main guy behind, yeah, Freddie W. He's actually one of the actors in Video Game High School. He was the teacher, the rock and roll teacher. 2012 to 2014. Yeah, so I found out about it 4 years or so after it came out. But yeah, big fan of that show. The teacher, terrible dad. Yeah, and he dies, right? Oh shit, that's a spoiler. Sorry. But yeah, forget that I said that. Yeah, no, it was a good show. I liked it a lot. Definitely thought it was worth a watch, 100%. It goes by really quick. It's really easy to binge and watch like most of the series in one sitting, and then realize that it's like been a whole day. But yeah, and these 2 characters are dating in the show, and I think they dated in real life or got married in real life or something like that. I don't think it lasted, but that's interesting because they didn't even know each other before the show. But yeah, that's cool that you know that one, because a lot of times when I bring that up to people, they have no idea what I'm talking about. Also, that same guy had a lot of big YouTubers at the time too. I didn't know that. Interesting. What was that other show? Was it Anime Police? Is that what it was? I'm never gonna find it. It was like, oh, Anime Crimes Division, that's what it was. Did you see that one? Anime Crimes Division was pretty funny. On Crunchyroll, yeah. Like, the principal was the main guy from Epic Mealtime. Oh, I didn't know that. I remember Epic Mealtime, but I wasn't huge into it. I had some friends that were really into Epic Mealtime. It was one of the first viral YouTube sensations of its time. Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, I liked Anime Crimes Divisions, even though I'm not like a huge anime fan. Like, I didn't know a lot of the jokes that they were referencing. and I learned about anime through watching it. I still got a kick out of it because it was just so cheesy and funny, and a lot of the same characters and actors from VGHS, or at least her and him, right? I think he's not even in VGHS. Maybe it's just her, or no, her. I don't even know. Yeah. That girl, she's in VGHS. But yeah, I got a kick out of that. I had a blast watching it. The name Rocket Jump is fun too. From Doom and Quake. What about the Guild? Infinite Metal. Have you seen the Guild? That one was on Netflix also. I keep telling my wife she needs to watch that. The Guild is so good. Like, it's a little bit outdated now because it came out in like, what, 2011 or something? 2010? I'm gonna look this up. (2007). You believe it came out in 2007? I didn't see most of the other ones that group did other than a bit of Dragon Age. I saw like one episode of something else that the group did, but I didn't see much else either, to be honest. I don't really know. Oh, Dragon Age. Yeah, that was the one that I saw an episode of. Yeah. But I pulled this up, and this is looking interesting. Wait, where is it? Oh, that's not it. That's not it either. Where am I looking? Okay, yeah. So I did the thing where it says people also search for, and now I don't know what the Legend of Neil is. I don't know what Tabletop is, but I recognize Will Wheaton. I don't know what Pure Ponage is, but that looks like Felicia Day, I think, maybe? No, it's not. But also that looks kind of strange. Dead Pixels, I don't know what that is either. Looks like horror. British. Nobody I know has watched this amazing gem of a show. But yeah, I think I only saw like one episode of this, and it was interesting. Felicia Day is pretty funny. She was a character in The Magicians, which was a pretty good show. I like that. It got a little bit too strange at some points, I thought, but it was still overall a good show. I don't know what Harmon Quest is either, but that looks interesting. It looks like they're like role-playing tabletop game, but then there's probably some type of animation going on in the background. A comedic journey into the hilarious world of fantasy role-playing with Dan Harmon and his comedian companions. Now, where do I know Dan Harmon from? He does Rick and Morty. Okay, yeah. And Community. Interesting. 2016 to 2019. So just after Community, he went to Harmon Quest and came out with Rick and Morty during Community? Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was overlap. Strange Planet. This is that animator that did those memes, huh? It's interesting to me as like an animator that someone could like make their career out of like meme comics, right? I missed some of the chat here. One of the biggest first roles for Felicia Day, or at least prominent roles, was Dragon Age. The Guild is the only one of the show that the group made that I watched the whole way through. Yeah, The Guild was really easy to finish. Also, again, like the first season had like really short episodes, and they got longer, I believe, as it went on. And yeah, Will Wheaton was in that, right? I think that was the first time that I saw Will Wheaton acting outside of Star Trek. I hear Community was always in a weird situation where they kept expecting they wouldn't get another season. Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, Community was a weird show too, and they had a lot of issues, I think. I don't know what else these are. Oh, the IT Crowd and Code Monkeys, Battlestar Galactica. Yeah. Anyways, I put this on the list, so I'll have to check that out. I'll let you know once I finally check it out. It might be a while, but be interesting to see what it's all about. Yeah, and same thing with like YouTube stuff. It's interesting to me that like actors could like get big from like a YouTube series or like a web series or something like that. Yeah, Will Wheaton did The Guild and Big Bang Theory around that time, I think. I never watched Big Bang Theory. I saw a few episodes like actually kind of recently when I was out of town shopping for homes, actually around the same time that I found this home. We were at a hotel and Big Bang Theory was on, and I watched like 3 or 4 episodes in a row, and I got a kick out of it for sure, but I never actually sat down and watched the whole thing. But and I mentioned this on stream before, what was it? Ready Player One audiobook is voiced by Will Wheaton, and it's hilarious because Will Wheaton is the president in the book. So like I thought that was hilarious. He probably got a kick out of that too. Also, he does a really good job like voicing the audiobook. I enjoyed Big Bang Theory as much as I watched which was everything either. But several seasons worth. It wasn't everything. Yeah, I gotcha. I know some people really hate Big Bang Theory because of the stereotyping nerds or something, but for the most part, when I hear those complaints, it's clear they didn't watch much of it. Hey, Blueberry Bean, how you doing? High and low. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. How you doing, Blueberry Bean? What you up to? We're just doing some pixel art for this game I'm working on called Pyrotoad. It's coming out for Game Boy Color. And found you from Peanut server. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Peanut. Absolutely. Peanut is really cool. I appreciate you dropping in. Are you an artist yourself? I know a lot of Peanut's viewers are artists and stuff. Definitely down to meet more artists all the time. We were just chatting about different web series and shows and stuff that were based on video games or around video games. More or less, I consider writing an art. Yeah, absolutely, writing's an art. That's cool. What kind of writing do you do? I would love to do more writing myself. I wish that I did more. However, I don't do as much as I want to. Yeah. I would love to do more writing. I'm not really a great writer either, though. But I think you have to write to become a good writer, and I just don't write enough. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. I have to make sure I spell it right. The other day I was in Cosmo's chat and I wrote Poke-Cat Catch. Poetry, songwriting, the occasional actual story, but the latter one hasn't been as much as I'd like. Right on, right on. Yeah, no, I do write some poetry and I do write some songs, but honestly a lot of the music that I write these days doesn't have any lyrics. But I have written quite a few songs in my day and quite a bit of poetry, but I never publish it, I never show it to people. And it's really not very good. I always try to use like really big words or like subject matter that no one should be putting into poetry, like art or like digital art or like things like that, like just weird stuff, things that I learned in art school, like trying to turn it into a poem or a song. Like, listen, you don't need to show it if it's something you enjoy. It can just be for you. Absolutely, 100%. You know, I tried explaining that to someone about art. They're like, you're not an artist unless you make money selling art. I'm like, you could totally paint in a vacuum and still get enjoyment out of it and never show anyone, never sell a piece and still be considered an art. And they're like, nope, not professionally. It's like, perhaps not, but you could still be a professional artist and still paint things that you don't show people. Hobby monetizing is bull to me. Honestly, I'm not like one way or the other on that, because I definitely have monetized off hobbies, and I've also made hobbies into a career or careers or whatever. And I think you should do what comes natural. And if that's selling it, then sell it. If it's hiding it in the closet, then hide it in the closet. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, do what you want to do. That's the way I see it. Like, I get it if it works, but to me, it's just not for me. Right, yeah, exactly. You just gotta do what you want to do, and if that means showing it off or selling it to people, then do that too. Or, you know, I don't know. Turning something into a hustle is degrading. It degrades the art, right? It degrades your soul a little bit, and it's stressful. It adds stress to the act. And if you're doing this to de-stress, then that's counterintuitive to the process, right? So yeah, I totally feel that. Like, you don't have to show anyone. Like, for instance, I've been writing a autobiography for like a long time now, and it's like, it's so long that like you couldn't even publish it. Like, I've been doing like word counts on it and stuff, and it's like getting up to being longer than the longest ever published book. And I wouldn't be able to afford to have an editor edit it. That's how long it is. But I am doing it more of like a therapy for myself. Like, I've had a really messed up life, so it helps me to get that stuff like down, and also it helps me to remember like the timeline, because it's hard for me to remember sometimes when things occurred, you know, like sometimes it happened really rapidly, and remembering which month of which year things occurred in what order, like that's definitely helpful to write it out. It makes you more susceptible to burnout. That's a great point. Absolutely. I use poem writing as a cope for when I'm overstimulated. Interesting. Perhaps that's what I was doing too. I just didn't realize it. I started writing poetry when I was very young because I was like determined to be a rock star, and I was like, I'm gonna write a bunch of poems and I'll turn them into songs eventually. And some of them I did, and then other ones they're just in those notebooks. I've got a whole bunch of notebooks just full of old poetry and stuff. And it's interesting to go back to and read. Like some of them I was like really angry in, and other ones I was like trying to be soulful, or like or sometimes I would try to like enter the mind of someone else and write from their perspective, and it's just, you know, very interesting stuff. I don't write poems with a rhyme scheme, it's more dialogic. It helps me pay attention to little things. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, where sometimes I'll hear it in my head as a song and I'll write it fitting to the song, and then other times I'll do it in a variety of ways, right? Sometimes I'll think about how the words sound, and instead of like trying to focus on rhyming, I'll focus on like the feeling of the words, right? Pew pew, yeah, we got a whole bunch of weird overlays and commands and stuff, and also sound redeems and just a bunch of weird stuff going on here. So feel free. It says there's an incoming ad, but I'm not seeing when it's incoming. Let me take a look here. Oh, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Yeah, so it's telling me quite a bit early, but that's okay. I have strong ADHD, so this is very entertaining me. Right on, yeah, go for broke. I've got a little bit ADHD myself. I'm not sure exactly. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of cooldown, but there's more commands. There's no list of them either, so you kind of have to figure them out. But also there's like this little, like that thing that's over there. There you go. Yeah, so I make Game Boy games, and that's a Game Boy game of mine. It's a spooky fishing JRPG. But you can play it for free on itch, even if you don't have a Game Boy emulator. You can play it on the web there. But yeah, if you where my pointer is, that little thing there, it's a random slideshow of GIFs, and some of them have commands hidden within them. So that's always fun. I think there is a way to get all the commands up, but it's confusing because I have the stream avatars and mix it up. So yeah, you've got the stream avatars and stream elements, and then you've also got those commands. So there's a lot of commands. I don't really know about the stream elements commands. I kind of want to click that link, to be honest, because I don't know what's on the other side of it. Where is the thing? Yeah, I want to see what these stream elements commands are, because I don't know what they are. Wow, that did not take me to anywhere that I wanted to be. Ridiculous. Oh, okay, it worked the second time. Let's see. Huh, it seems like it's for music and stuff. Oh, there's an 8-ball? I didn't know about that. There's a whole lot that I don't think would really work or anything. Interesting. And then the stream avatar ones, I'm still learning about that also. Philip Schneider, how you doing? Welcome in, Philip. I'm gonna lurk for now. Take care, Rick. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for hanging out. And enjoy your lurk. Yo, what you up to, Philip? We were just making some pixel art for this Pyrotoad game that I'm making for Game Boy Color. Thanks for checking in. And Philip, where are you coming from? The same place that Blueberry Bean's coming from, or are you Game Boy Color? Absolutely, yeah. Or did you just come in out of nowhere? I know a lot of Peanut Pumpsh's viewers have been hanging out, which is really cool. Coming from what? Peanut Pumpsh is another streamer, but if that's not where you're from, that's totally fine. You can come from anywhere, I don't mind. Yeah, but thanks for dropping in. Always cool to meet new people. Are you an artist by chance or anything like that? A game dev? Or, I mean, you don't have to be, of course, but... Nope, well, that's totally fine. Any hobbies that you want to talk about? I do a little bit of everything. Mostly I'm an artist, but also I do game dev. I do a little bit of modding. A bit of a variety. I used to make jewelry. I don't really do it so much anymore. I write music. I used to be a vocalist in bands. I do some DJing. Oh, it looks like there's an ad start. I'm gonna snooze it real quick. Yeah. So I'm all for hobbies. Alright, so we got some vines. And we've got this stuff. I'm gonna steal this stuff from this over here. And we'll get this. And maybe this. Oh wait, we've already got that. Well, that's okay. We can take that too. But yeah, are you a fan of Game Boy Color? Because this is the first time I've ever made anything for Game Boy Color. But I'm using an engine called GB Studio. What is this music? This is actually music for a game that I'm making called Retro Spaceball. Retro Spaceball is actually a Unity game that is pixel art, and it's a mixture of like a shoot 'em up and a pinball game. So it's a little bit innovative and weird, but I've spent a lot of time on it, and there's a free demo online. But yeah, that's what the music is for. I made the music using Ableton Live, and trying to make it emulate like chiptune type music. I grew up with a GBC. Awesome, yeah. I had one in junior high, and definitely played a lot of games. Although mostly I had DMG games, like the original dot matrix graphics Game Boy, because I had that first. And so by the time Game Boy Color came out, I already had a whole bunch of Game Boy games that I used the Game Boy Color to play it on. Also, I had the Super Game Boy, which was super cool. And also, we had a GameCube at one point that had, excuse me, that had a, I need some water here. It had a Game Boy Advance and Game Boy player on it. I didn't really have any Game Boy Advance games, but I definitely put my Game Boy camera into my GameCube, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, I no longer have the Game Boy camera. Game Boy camera would have been cool to have still. I don't have any of that stuff anymore. I do have a slim PS2 still, and some games, but not a whole bunch. But yeah, this is GB Studio. So GB Studio is like a game engine for Game Boy games, and this is the game that I'm working on. It's designed by my friend Johnny Manjuro, and I've been doing the art for it. So these levels here don't have any art yet, or some of it isn't done yet. Like these red ones still need some work. There's some placeholders in there and stuff. Damn, sad. I sold most of my gaming stuff. Well, at least you made some money off it. I mean, it kind of sucks that you sold it. I know I would love to have my stuff, but my dad actually threw it all away. Or most of it, rather. And, you know, I can't complain too much because he bought most of it for me back when I was young, so technically a lot of it was his. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. If you play the Pokemon game, I'm gonna try to catch that Pokemon. But yeah, you know, it was mostly his stuff in the grand scheme of things, so I can't really complain too much. But yeah, I moved across the country, and I had been living at his cottage for like over 11 years, and I was moving with this girl that I was dating, and she wanted her stuff to fit in my car too, so I like couldn't fit all of my stuff because I was fitting her stuff in my car. Stupid idea. I definitely should have said, let's leave some of your stuff behind so I can bring my stuff because it's my car. And because of that, I no longer have the NES, the Atari, the PlayStation, the N64. Although honestly, the N64 had already bitten the dust twice. It was the weirdest thing. When I was in college, it just stopped working. Probably because I played it so much, but also because it like probably absorbed a lot of dust. And then I was like so upset that it didn't work. Like 2 years later, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just try it. Just try it. And it worked. And then it only worked for like another year or so, and then all of a sudden it stopped working again. And I was like, gosh darn it. But I kept it around just in case it would start working again. And it probably just needed to be cleaned, right? Like a can of air duster probably would have fixed it or something, or maybe just wiggle some things or whatever. But never had that chance because Dad threw all that stuff away. But yeah, there was like an Atari 5200 that had like the trackball controller and the old NES with the flip lid, and hey, we caught the Pokemon. But yeah, my Game Boy stuff actually got stolen. That was a weird story. Back when I ran away from home, I ran away with some people, and when we got caught, they ran away. And since we were like chilling at this cottage that I ended up living at for like 11 years, they knew how to get in without the key, so that's what they did. And then when they decided that they were going to leave my place for whatever reason, they thought that they would take the Game Boy stuff, and then they got caught, and then the cops took the Game Boy stuff and put it in the evidence room and locked it up and threw away the key. And they told me, well, you can't have that because it's evidence now. Oh look, there is a, oh no, I keep thinking that's a bug. It's not a bug, it's just a one-way wall. So yeah, I never got to see my Game Boy stuff after that. Although I feel like the Game Boy Color made it, because the GameCube was after there. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Because the GameCube was already out at that point. When did the GameCube come out? Now I'm second guessing myself. Okay, yeah, GameCube came out in 2001, and that was like 2003 or something, so yeah, I think the Game Boy camera got stolen too. I loved the Game Boy camera. It had that DJ game on it. That shit was so awesome. Infinite Metal, did you have the Game Boy camera? If you're still hanging out, did you ever check that out? Cause man, that shit was awesome. I had so much fun with that shit. Gonna send my Rick Genesis. I'm gonna send Rick my Genesis if he doesn't stop being sad. No, don't do that. Hold on to your gaming stuff. Don't send me nothing, because if I really wanted it at this point, I would just go buy it myself. I've got Genesis on Nintendo Switch, and I hardly play it. But yeah, the Genesis did go with that stuff, unfortunately. I did have a Genesis. My mom actually gave it to me. She bought it from one of my friend's parents, and actually was like, oh, because she was doing daycare stuff, and my friend's parent was trying to get rid of it. And she's like, oh, more games for the daycare kids. Daycare kids didn't want to play Genesis. I did. So I played the shit out of it and just kind of claimed it as my own. I mean, I can share. Nah, don't worry about that. I still gotta play the Overload DLC that you sent me. Yeah. I just don't have enough time to play games as much as I'd like to anymore. But I get to make games, so that's super cool and fun. It's better than playing games in a way, I would say. I mean, I know it might be hard to understand for people who don't make games, but it's definitely more fun to make games than it is to play games. There's a little bit of both that goes on in that, but because once you make it, you gotta play it to test it. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's kind of different also. Also, being a game dev kind of changes how you play games. But I was always kind of like that. I always kind of like, I tried to test and break games even when I was young. Oh, I missed it. Where'd it go? There we go. Like even on the NES, I used to like try to find like bugs in the colliders, or I would like walk off. I would see how many pixels from the edge you could get, like you know, how far you could go before you fall, or like Nintendo 64 era. I was always trying to like find colliders that were missing and things like that. Get into weird spots in the games, and I usually found stuff like I've probably said this story a million times by now, but when I was super little, like I don't even know what grade, I found a bug, or not a bug, a Easter egg in Gradius 3 for Super Nintendo, and it got published in Game Informer magazine. No one had found it yet. Internet wasn't really a thing, so I had to find it all on my own. And I'm still proud of myself for doing that, because I was determined. I knew that someone had probably put that bug in there. It wasn't even probably, it was like it had to be there. I keep saying bug, it was an Easter egg. But the Konami code was like super well known, and even, you know, publicized. And when Gradius 3 came out for Super Nintendo, they made a big deal about the fact that it used the Super Konami code, which involved the L and R buttons and was a little bit different than the regular Konami code. But me, I was like, no, the Konami code has to be in there too. They wouldn't just not use it, right? It's like a staple in the thing, you know, like they had to have done that, and they did. It took me a while to find it, but I found it. If you pause the game and put in the old Konami code, it kills you instantly. It's like an instant kill code. And yeah, sent that into Game Informer back in Game Informer's first year of being a magazine, and they published that shit. And now I live on in infamy. Oh, I don't even have a copy of that magazine anymore. It got destroyed. We had a big box of old gaming magazines in the crawl space at that cottage that I lived at, and it got moldy, got nasty. It was like a dirt floor crawl space. It was actually kind of scary to be down there, to be honest. Like, I was cool with it, but like anyone else that had to go down there, they were like, new series idea, The Hunt for Game Informer. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, there are places where you can like find the old issues, but I'm not about to go searching for old Game Informer issues. Like, I don't even know which issue it was. It was like one of like 3 or 4 that I had. Well, I had a bunch, but I know that it was either the Bubsy one, the NBA Jam one, the one with the dinosaurs on it, or Jungle Strike, or maybe Mortal Kombat. It was one of those 5. Rick tries to track down the one Game Informer he was published in and collects more along the way, and don't know talks about game history or something. Maybe eats a burger in some random cities. Maybe, but no bun, which is always a pain. Yeah. It would be cool to have those magazines, man. We had so many Nintendo Powers. Like, I know we had at least up to 50 for sure, but we probably had up to 75, I want to say. We had the first Nintendo Power because my cousin gave it to me. Because we actually didn't start until like we didn't have, there were some that we missed. We probably started our subscription maybe like around the 5th or 6th one or something. I don't know. I'd have to look at the covers. But yeah, I remember the 50th one was Link's Awakening, and I loved that game. That was one of my favorite Game Boy games. And it was like a gold magazine cover. Yeah. We had the gold Zelda NES cartridge. We had a whole bunch of strategy guides too. Like the Mario Paint strategy guide was crazy. It had all these ideas and stuff. Like different ways you could use your VCR to incorporate into your Mario Paint session and stuff like that. It's like crazy stuff, but like really cool. Something go off there. Yeah, this one's off. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. But yeah, my brother got published in one of those magazines too, so that's probably part of the reason why I have trouble remembering exactly which one. I want to say that he was published in either the Mortal Kombat one or the Aladdin one. I can't remember. Yeah. A wild pig appears? That's weird. I've never seen that before. Better use a Ultra Ball. I don't understand that. How is that even possible? A wild pig emote? A Lechonk. That's weird. My mind is blown by the fact that it's an emote instead of just a regular Pokemon name. Oh, this one's not gonna work. Can't do that. Lechonk, best troll Pokemon. Oh, is that the case? Or is it because it's trolling me? Or is that some deep Pokemon lore? You guys ever see that before though with the Pokemon game where it's got an emote instead of the Pokemon's name? Because that's blowing my mind right now. I've never seen that before. It's a PvP meme. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not the most meme literate person there is. I'm pretty meme unilliterate, inilliterate. It's not illiterate. I can't even know how to explain that. Oh, okay. I was like, what's going on with that? Why is that weird? Apparently I didn't draw pixels all over on the top of it. I caught it. I'll be honest, I never paid enough attention to notice. Well, I appreciate the honesty. My mind's still blown, but I appreciate the honesty. For sure. Hey. I think that looks pretty cool. It's got like some layers of dirt and stuff. Yeah. So we'll probably do something similar here, but there's no high starting point, so maybe have it come down like a slope from the middle. Getting kind of sleepy, to be honest. That's probably why I'm getting quiet here. I kind of want to make some tea. But that might take a minute. Oh, I'm yawning. That's not good. Busting out the tea emote, Sleepy Rick. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. I didn't sleep very well last night. Been having trouble with that. I think it's because I quit smoking weed. That looks pretty cool like that. I mean, it's got this weird black line there, but I'm okay with that. Could probably put these further like that. This guy start banging the pot so he wakes up. No, don't do that. That'll give me a heart attack. I'm used to things being quiet. I got used to things being loud when I was living at my mom's because there's always a bunch of commotion. And now I'm like it took me a long time to get used to that, actually. Like a long time. It was rough at first, not gonna lie. Like the dog would bark and I'd be like, oh my god, Bonnie, why did you do that to me? And now it's like the doorbell's enough to send me off. Like, what the heck? A freaking doorbell? Like, who does that? Who does that? If I brought the cat over, it would not be quiet. There would be zoomies, yeah. Yeah, no, actually my mom's cat started zooming about around the time that I was getting ready to move out. And it's strange because she had a weight issue when I moved in, and then she had diabetes, actually, and then she actually what do they call that? I can't remember the term they use, but her diabetes went away, and we fixed her diet, and all of a sudden she got really healthy. She lost a lot of weight when she was diabetic, and then didn't put it back on. And with the diet change, she was so much of a happier cat. We changed to like a wet food only diet, which is a bit more expensive, but yeah, she really appreciated that. And it started zooming in the middle of the night, or after she used the litter box. But that's like a normal healthy thing for cats to do, and like something that she wasn't doing, so it kind of scared her, I think. She would like scare herself. Nayum kitty. I'm not sure what Nayum is, but yeah, she still is really cool cat. Actually looks just like your cat, black cat. It's basically zooming. Okay, yeah. Yoom. Interesting. Now I've got to sneeze. This mute button never works just right. Of course, I spent so much time trying to get the mute button to work that my sneeze went away. It'll probably come back. And then I won't be able to mute it. Think of a car. It's basically zooming. Think of a car. Oh god, not the evil sneeze. Was my sneeze evil before? I definitely sneezed last stream. I don't know why I've been sneezing. It's not like particularly dusty in here or anything like that. But I do have this this tea that has black pepper in it. It's like a chai tea that has black pepper, and it's really good, but I noticed that it does make me sneeze sometimes. So I think maybe I was just like thinking about it, because I was like, I kind of want some tea. And yeah, I just think of it as evil as I have loud ones. Oh, okay. Yeah, mine are loud too, but I don't think of them as evil, because I know they're coming. Like, if someone else had sneezes as loud as me, I'd think they were evil, perhaps. But yeah. Sometimes I'll say achoo when I sneeze, like achoo. Doesn't sound like that, but you know. I always thought it'd be funny to do like really comical sneezes. Of course, that's hard to do in the moment, right? I sneezed 5 to 6 times in a row, so I feel off afterwards. Yeah, that's a lot of sneezes. I'll do like 1 or 2 or 3, but usually I don't do any more than that. Kind of why I call them evil on my end. Okay, that makes more sense for sure. After I moved, they haven't been as bad, so I think it was the complex due to issues they had. It very well could be. Like, when I was living in my mom's basement, there was so much dust down there. I don't know where it came from. It's like it was coming from the vents, but it was bad. Like, I would leave my computer shut, and then, like, it's a laptop, you know, and then, like, I'd open it, I'd, like, look at it the next day, and there'd be, like, a layer of dust, and I'd, like, wipe it off, and then the next day, it's the same thing. I'd, like, have to... I was constantly using the air duster to, like, dust things off. It's, like... And here it's not nearly as bad. Like, even next to the laundry room where, like, the most dust would be, like, it's not bad. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. Landlord cut corners. Yeah, sometimes they do that. They had black mold in the hallways, so it wasn't a great place. Yeah, that sounds terrible. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I've never had to deal with black mold in like apartment, but when I was at that cottage, there was definitely some dark mold. I don't know if it was like the black mold that like kills people and stuff, but this mold was not light. It's pretty gross. But yeah, what did I do? How do I make that? What happened there? Go Control Z. Okay. My dad actually got this fungus, this blastomycosis, I think is what it was called, and it nearly killed him. But I don't think he got it from the lake house. He actually got it from another house, from his second wife's house, because they actually ended up bulldozing the house. I'm just glad I'm feeling better after moving. I'm glad you are too. Yeah, it's always rough to move, but like when you're better off at the place that you move to, it's such a better feeling. So I'm grateful for that you've fixed your circumstances, right? I can tell since I'm getting quiet that I'm getting sleepy. I think I should get some tea. I think that might fix things for me. Cause it's only like 9 o'clock here. I shouldn't be getting sleepy this early. I did wake up at like 6 or something, 7. I don't know, I woke up twice. I had a really intense nightmare, and I forget that one. But then I had like another intense nightmare that I totally remember, because I didn't go to bed afterwards. And yeah, nightmares have been pretty weird for me recently. I think it's all due to quitting smoking weed. I was smoking for like 25 years. Not completely on end, but like pretty much. There was a few months, like maybe 9 months or something, that I wasn't smoking in that. Well, no. So there was probably like 2 9-month periods, you know, and then there was a few months in Yellowstone that I didn't smoke either. So I definitely took breaks from smoking, but yeah, mostly I was pretty consistent. And even at Yellowstone, every once in a while someone would show up and have weed. I'd be like, yo, you can't have weed here. People like Yellowstone is federal property. They will like throw the book at you. We better smoke that shit. And it was legit. Like, I wasn't just trying to get them to smoke. It was like, you do not want to get caught with weed in Yellowstone. That's like a rule. Like, you don't want to be held indefinitely in the tiny little jail cell they have at Yellowstone because of something as stupid as weed. That's just not what you want to do. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe something else here just to make it look more slopey. Because the level doesn't use any slopes, so it's interesting to like incorporate some angles into the background. Actually, I feel like this should go the other way. Yeah, that looks better that way. Could probably do a little one here. Yeah, that looks cool. We could even do another one there, the same. Just grab this whole thing. I think that works. It's like it like gives the rocks a reason to be floating, and then also it's like a nice change from the forest. Although there is some kind of dead space here. I don't know. But I think it's time for me to make some tea. So I'm gonna do a BRB, take a little break, and make some tea so I don't fall asleep. And maybe start on the next level. I don't know. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We got my tea. I'm gonna sip on that for a little bit. Oh, there's another Pokemon in chat. If I catch it in... Oh, no, it got away. Never mind. I was gonna say, see if I can catch it in time, but no, that's not the case. Yeah, so this level's looking pretty good. Like I said, it would be cool if there was something going on up there. I don't really want to reuse the same moon from the last level. Also, I didn't really like how it turned out. Oh, but I could use these clouds. Let's use these clouds. I forgot about the clouds. Oh, and the vines too. We didn't use a whole lot of vines. That actually looks kind of interesting with them overlapping like that, doesn't it? Nah, it kind of looks bad. We'll just paste it somewhere else. Over here, maybe? And then we'll do more vines over here. Oh. Whoa. Let's merge this layer down. Yeah. And sip on this tea some more. It's gonna put some vines on these trees, I think. We'll probably hang vines from these little things. Fire. Pew. There you go. Trying to light me on fire. That's the 41st pew. Getting a lot of pews in. Just, you know, checking things. Ice. Oh, I know. Earth, fire, wind, water, heart. I never got into that show. I remember trying to watch it once and be like, what the hell did I just watch? One of my friends, Puke7, he was showing me, I think it was his channel, he was showing me this, like, I don't even know, it was like off the wall, like, live action, like, parody of Captain Planet, and it was crazy. It was really funny and kind of mind-blowing. We put some more vines down here, maybe right there also. I loved it as a kid. I think I pissed off a professor once though when I mentioned something about environmental propaganda. I think he probably thought I meant just everything in general when I was specifically talking about Captain Planet, which I did tell him. Right on, right on. So you were saying that it was promoting environmentalism to children, tricking them into recycling and whatnot? Planting trees and other hoodlum activities. No, I remember like recycling was like a big deal in the 90s, right? They collected cans at the school, and like me and my brother, we had like so many cans. Like both of us, we had like really high numbers of cans because all of my dad's beer cans that he had been saving for years, like he had been crushing cans and just like stashing them in the garage because he didn't have a recycling service, and he was like not able to just like take them to the recycling place. Like, so he just like saved up cans and like gave them to us all at once, and the school was like, where'd all these cans come from? And they were all beer cans. Like years and years worth of beer cans. Like even split between me and my brother, it was still like so many beer cans. Yeah, I guess it doesn't work there. Do it here though. And we could fit a few more up in here. The whole thing was, it was actually an environmental related class. He asked everyone why they were interested. I said I got very interested after studying the matter seriously before and being able to separate out the reality from simply propaganda. But like I had studied environmental sciences and things previously and liked the kind of hard science stuff, calculated out which programs are beneficial, which ones aren't, why, etc. That's really interesting, you know, because like when they started the whole recycling thing, it was like to sell plastics, right, to make plastics seem more environmentally friendly, and like apparently they were like really not doing their recycling, wasn't like worth it, right? So a lot of places weren't actually recycling when they said that they were, or they would spend more money recycling than was like worth it to do so, just to keep plastics in like production. So I think that's interesting point that you made. Probably even when you were young though, so that's even more interesting that you were interested in that kind of stuff. I didn't think about that kind of stuff until more recently. I think this level's looking pretty good. Maybe we could do like a really long vine. Like one that goes like all the way down to like there. This one could be longer too. Oh, that's not the button I want. Right, and you find because of the polarized aspect, you get proponents that act like all recycling programs are in every way good, and then you get the opposite, which where did it go? You get the opposite, in which act like all are a waste. The reality is some waste more energy and resources, some save energy and resources. You can pull up a study proving either because it depends on the specifics. Yeah, no, I totally agree with what you're saying there, and that's like super interesting because a lot, oh, I did it again. A lot of people will like not really, they get either, like you said, either completely apathetic or they get like completely one-sided. And I'm gonna catch this Pokemon. And yeah, it's like the reality is like, for instance, glass is like expensive to recycle. So unless you're in Michigan, you get paid very little for glass. I'm not sure why Michigan pays so much for recycling, but it's definitely make more money in recycling. And then I was talking to a Canadian friend of mine that was saying that like you get money back for anything that you recycle. Like you just, if it's glass, if it's a can, it doesn't matter, you get money back for it. Like a deposit kind of situation almost. And that's interesting too, you know. And Yeah, I remember getting interested in that stuff when I heard that Waste Management got sued in Illinois for saying that they were recycling when they weren't recycling. So people were paying extra money to have their recycling get thrown into a landfill. Like, I don't know. It would make almost more sense to me if they provided the service for free and then didn't do it. But when you charge people for recycling and then you don't do it, that's like crazy, right? Also, Waste Management's like a huge company, like massive company. So like for them to be doing that tells me that there's probably others that are doing it too. Because if the big ass company that is like massive is cutting corners, then that tells me the other ones are probably cutting corners too, and that's sad. Or like electronics, like e-waste stuff, like they were making it sound like, oh yeah, take your electronics to a special recycling place and they'll recycle it, but really what they were doing was just shipping it off to China. Yeah, it's crazy all over the place. When people have money incentive, they'll try to make more money often enough. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. You know, because the people who are like the big corporations, like they can get away with cutting corners because they can pay off the people to look the other way. And then it's got this like weird trickle down effect where the other companies who can't afford to do that like end up having to do that stuff also, and they either get caught or something happens where the big companies actually change the laws and the policies based around that so they can get away with not having to do it. And it's like such a mess. Like, I don't know. I can see like the benefits of some forms of capitalism, but I feel like there's a lot of issues with capitalism too, where like the evilest corporation wins. You know what I mean? And that's bad. That they almost every case the top corporation that's making the most money in like their area is doing something that hurts the environment or the people that live in the area that they operate. And that's nuts. And same thing with the workers, right? Where you've got like workers that just are like minimum wage, or they have poor benefits or no benefits at all, or like they only hire kids to do the work, like fast food industry. Like, what's up with that? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Oh yeah, a friend of mine years ago was working for a government agency and thought he was going to take down some big corrupt corporations for violations of this or that, but after a while he was he was disheartened. Yeah, it's people get into those jobs with the idea in mind that they can fix things and make a difference, even just the police force, you know, and then they end up realizing that it's just corrupt, and that the only thing they can do is work to propel this corrupt system, and that's shitty, very shitty, because it turns out the big corporations just hired someone to make sure they were within the right compliance for the law, and the only people they were taking down were small companies that just didn't know what they were doing and how to navigate the process. Exactly. They set up barricades for the smaller companies so that way the bigger companies can make more money, and it's shitty. I had the same kind of vibe at the credit card processor I worked for, where like, you know, constantly I'd be getting, even the first day I got calls that were like telling me to fuck you, you know, and they were like, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the person who's recording the conversation, listening, because I know they're listening, and they were, of course, but at the same time, like, I started to like wonder why everyone was so pissed off at the credit card processor, and the thing is that they make it like you need a credit card processor to make it as a small business. But the small businesses, man, they can't afford all the fines and stuff that come with it, and the policy changes and the compliances, right? I remember there was this one person who called me, and their business, they were going out of business because of a compliance issue with the credit card processor, and that was super disheartening, right? Because it was like a mom and pop restaurant that was kind of forced into needing to take credit cards, and they were supposed to switch to the chip, and when they got a chip machine, they didn't realize that they had to use the chip. If the card has a chip, you have to use the chip. That's part of the compliance. And they were swiping chip cards. Well, all of those charges, they were just giving away free food because they could charge back those charges because they knew that they were breaking the compliance. And once the word got out, everyone was doing it, and it just completely sank this business that had been around for a long time. And they were kind of like pretty much forced into that to keep up with the competition, because people pay with credit cards. I mean, I barely ever bring cash anywhere, but now if I'm like going to a small business and I know that and I have cash, I will definitely pay with cash, because the credit cards just screw them so much. Like, every transaction they have to pay a fee for. Not only that, but they have to pay fees for the terminal itself, and if the terminal breaks, and all of those terminals, they only last for so long. And like, yeah, it's crazy. You know, there was a situation where they were actually giving refurbished terminals to the companies and not telling them that they were refurbished, saying that they were new. But there's like a tamper device in there, and if you like have a faulty machine that's been used, it's more likely to go into tamper mode, which means that it's on the business to replace it, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, the newer one that is causing similar pressure on a lot of smaller companies is the food related stuff like DoorDash and Uber Eats. Wow, that sucks. Yeah, like totally. It's a shitty situation. I learned a lot about credit cards when I was working there, and as a small business owner, I would never do that. I'm glad that there's things like Steam where I don't have to do my own processing. Cause that's a big issue for sure. That's interesting about DoorDash and Uber Eats. I never really thought about it because I don't use those at all. But also, I was a delivery guy for a long time at a few different restaurants, and delivery sucks. There's no way around it. It screws people like hard, and it's usually young people. Not only young people. I mean, I worked until I was in my 30s doing deliveries, and there were people older than me doing deliveries. So like, it's not just young people, but it's mostly young people, and I'll tell you why. Because older people realize how much they're screwing you when you do deliveries. Because yeah, it seems like a good way to make money until you gotta pay for your car, right? And you're basically beating the shit out of your car, getting into accidents even, or just driving all over, putting 1 million miles on your car, having to get oil changes more often. You know, all the regular maintenance has to happen more often when you drive it like that, and it's not worth it, because every single one of those places, they're like, oh well, you get tips, so it's all depends on your tips. And there's always people who don't fucking tip, always. And like at the one place I went to, it was like known that certain addresses just don't tip, and the longer you work there, these people, they would cherry pick the deliveries. Like, you're supposed to take the deliveries as they come, and they're like in order. Well, the people who work there long enough, if no one was around, they would take the one that they knew would tip. They'd look at all the receipts and be like, oh, I recognize this address, they're a good tipper, I'm gonna take that one. Or, oh, that's the guy who orders a salad every single day and never tips. And that sucks. I actually ended up like saying something to one of the managers, because her sister was a driver and she was the manager, and she was like, it was like a Saturday night and I didn't get like shit for tips, and they were cashing me out, and she's like, oh yeah, hey, welcome in, Puke, delivered for 6 months, interesting. Yeah, so yeah, it's probably because you realize how much they fuck you over when you're delivering. But yeah, so this woman was like, oh, you know, maybe better luck next weekend or something like that. And I was like, it's not about luck when the people are cherry picking the deliveries. And she's like, what? I was like, well, your sister probably made a lot more tips than I, and I'm pretty sure it's because you're giving her the deliveries that make more money, because you're probably splitting it. And she freaked out. She got super red in the face, and she says, you know, like, you're fired or whatever. I was like, do you even have the ability to fire me? Because you're not the owner, you're just the manager. And she's like, well, I'll talk to the owner. I was like, okay, well, I'll leave, but, you know, like, I was being super calm, and she's like screaming at me, right? And sure enough, the owner called me and was like, what happened? I was like, yeah, so this is what's going on, and I'll continue to work there if you want me to, but you better let this person know that I know what they're doing. And they had a long conversation, and sure enough, I got to keep my job. Alright, let me catch up on chat. I know Infinite said some things that I missed here. They take a chunk out of the proceeds. This is about Uber Eats and DoorDash. They take a chunk out of the proceeds, which is part of why often things cost more there. But there's other crazy stuff. For a bit at least, they were charging the restaurants for things like people calling through their service but hanging up and not ordering. Wow, that's messed up. And one of them at least has a system where they'll make a website for a lot of smaller restaurants that looks like the official one, and then the phone number is one that goes through their system instead of a direct line, so they get the money without company knowing. I've heard of that before. I remember hearing of that. And they are better at SEO, so they often get to the top of the results even if the restaurant has a website. Yes, I've seen that too. Crazy stuff. Yeah, it'll be like the place there'll be like a website saying that the site or that the restaurant delivers when the restaurant doesn't deliver. And then you click on the link and it takes you to DoorDash. It's like, wait, it's like, I'm not paying extra for freaking DoorDash. Like, I'll just go to the restaurant. But a lot of those smaller restaurants, they don't treat their delivery drivers well anyways. So it's like messed up. But yeah, Infinite Metal, if you're not following Puke, he's pretty awesome, dude. He does NES development, which is super rad, and then he also does retro commercials on Fridays, which is always a lot of fun. So I definitely recommend checking Puke out. I also had him on my podcast, which was a great time, and I hope to have him on again soon. Actually, I need to get on that whole next podcast episode. I've been slacking on that. Yeah, no problem, Puke. Anytime, you know, for real. Yeah, Puke's on the cool list too. I actually got the idea of automatic shoutouts from Puke because somehow I was getting automatically shouted out on Puke's stream every time I went there. So I was like, well, there's got to be a way I can figure that out. So I figured out a way to take all the cool people that I want to shout out and put them on the cool list. And Puke made it. Infinite's on there. Yeah, Infinite's got a cool stream too. I'll shout him out since I've already shouted him out a couple times, but just gotta keep it even here, you know? And yeah, Infinite, do you do any homebrew games? I know you do retro. And I imagine you have some emulators on your system. Do you ever load up any homebrew games? Hey, nice work catching the jump star thing. If I had them, I certainly would. Well, there's a whole lot of demos and stuff out there for free. Also, a lot of really cheap games on itch, like $1 games or like $10 games. In fact, let me show you Guntner, Puke's game that he made and he's been selling. So we've got Mega Cat Studios, which is a publisher, and so we've got the Guntner cart. Of course, it's $50, but there's a ROM also. So it's a little bit like a Euro shmup kind of thing, but it's very cool. I enjoyed it. I played the demo, which is free. Let me pull that up. So this is on itch.io. I'm sure Infinite, you're familiar with itch.io, but yeah, you can download. Oh, it name your own price. Look at that. So that's pretty dope. I know I have a demo. I don't know where I got it from. I thought I got it from here. Maybe the demo is no longer available here. But definitely worth checking out. He's even got a commercial now. Let me get the music off.
A race against time across the 13th dimension.
I feel like I'm fighting someone else's nightmares. Whoops was that alien did done hypnotize thyself?
That's hilarious. Guntner. I'm definitely interested in a bunch. Oh, let me get the music back on. Oh shit, oh, did I click on something else? What am I doing? Alright. I'm definitely interested in a bunch of homebrews, just a matter of having them. I mean, you know I play retro, indie, and even open source games, so homebrew is definitely up my alley. Nice. What I really like to see happen is someone start making games for the Nintendo PlayStation. I thought they dumped the BIOS and got enough info to make an emulator for that, so it would be interesting to see homebrew games for that. Yeah, that would be pretty niche. I didn't know they dumped the BIOS for it. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, yeah, no, I think homebrew is right up your alley. And I know that there's a bunch of Linux emulators out there, so might just be a matter of doing some web searches. I know there's a bunch of free ones too. Yeah, I believe before it got auctioned, they got a lot out of it, and there was a talk of emulation support for it. That's interesting. I kind of want to do some research for myself on that. Now that you mention it, I don't want to look it up right now. Even Nintendo PlayStation emulator. Well, it looks like there's a Reddit thread on it, but that's about it, huh? This is from 9 years ago. I don't know what BYUU is, but BYUU has said it'll be in Huygen at some point. I don't know what Huygen is either, but apparently it never happened because this is the only thing that comes up when I search, and it's 9 years old. So I watched a vid where they said a BIOS dump had been done and people were making games for it. Is there a good place to find an emulator? As soon as Ben Heck learns this add-on inside out and upside down and dumps every little speck of data he possibly find, I'm pretty sure this is next on BYUU's list. Although the results aren't as earth-shattering as they were thought to be, I wonder if any good homebrew will be made specifically for this add-on. Yeah, there's a lot to this thread, so I'm not gonna read through all of it, but so no SNS 1.6 already plays SNES CD games. What is this? Huh. Yeah, it's like a Super Nintendo emulator that plays Super Nintendo CD games. So I don't. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Is a Super Nintendo emulator that plays SNES CD games. It always asks me to place the SFX -100.bin BIOS in the BIOS folder, which is not there when I installed it. Is the BIOS file that is not on the internet? I have the SuperDisk V095 BIOS, but so I think this is it. I think this is the answer you're looking for. I think you want to get this emulator, rename the BIOS to what it's looking for, and then it will play those few homebrew games that do exist on there. But yeah, like learning homebrew stuff is not easy, especially for like a niche platform like that. Especially after playing some PC Engine CD games and seeing all they did with that system with the CD add-on, I can imagine SNES CD could do cool things. Yeah, I guess not much interest for a system with no official games that no one has. I guess at the point you are making something for it, you kind of might as well just make a retro style indie game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of different lines of thought on that for sure. A lot of people will say different things, but I think Puke was talking about doing some TurboGrafx emulation or retro homebrew stuff. But yeah, the way I see it is that at least with the Game Boy, it's getting easier and easier to create like a wrapper that wraps the Game Boy ROM with an open source emulator as an executable to sell that onto Steam. So like, even if you make a game for the classic hardware, there is the chance that you could make an executable for it and make that extra money to make it more worthwhile. Because let's face it, there's more sales on Steam than anywhere else, and putting your your homebrew games on Steam is going to make more money probably than putting them anywhere else that homebrew games are sold. Yeah, I want to port Guntner to TurboGrafx and add stuff to it. That would be cool. Turbo is really neat hardware. Not actually 16-bit, but very interesting what they did with it. I'm trying to remember the details on the whole 16-bit thing. Wasn't it like 2 8-bit processors or something like that? And if you add them together, then it's 16-bit. It's the most 9-bit system I know of. Okay, yeah, there we go. Wasn't there some other system that was like it claimed to be 32-bit, but it wasn't actually? I don't even remember. Yeah, you two would get along, I think. Well, I've stirred at this level enough. I think it's time to get on to the next level. Which is probably 19D, I'm thinking. Let's take a look at the game here. So this is 17. This is 18. And this is 19. Well, what level am I working on? Am I working on 18? So maybe I should add 18 to the mix. Did I not export it? I'll export it. This one, paste it, change the suffix, replace, and it should be in there now. Yeah, so now we got all those background tiles. Let's see what the count is. It's only using 66 tiles? How is that even possible? This one's using 131, and somehow this one's only using 66. Well, it doesn't have the scary tree. It just didn't have room, and it doesn't have that, so I guess that's like a whole bunch of tiles. But yeah. So level 19, let's take a look. Yep, 19D. So that's what we'll open. 19D. That's basically the same joke I make. 8-bit plus 8-bit equals 9-bit, not 16-bit. It's a great 9-bit system though. It has 9-bit color, 3 bits per channel. Yeah, Atari Jaguar did the same shenanigans claiming to be 64-bit. That's what it was, yeah, Jaguar. Which would have been fine if they figured out how to actually use it well. Yeah, I never played Jaguar, but I remember thinking that it was like the coolest thing. Oh, I hit that button again. I remember thinking it was the coolest thing back when I saw it in like GamePro magazine. But yeah, I never actually got to play it. But I remember seeing the controller and being like, that thing is atrocious. Like, how could you even play a game on that controller? You're out of Pokeballs, Infinite. You played it a bit at a convention. That's pretty cool. I think I remember you mentioning that on your stream. Yeah, I had a friend who had 3DO, but I never actually got to play it. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even get to play Sega CD until I found an emulator. Or it came on the Mii U Mini. Yeah, I had a Dreamcast though. And Dreamcast has a strong homebrew scene. I thought that was really interesting. It did have a couple good games, but you wouldn't even know they were supposed to be beyond 16-bit. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Didn't they have like a bunch of shoot 'em up games on that system? But yeah, lots of pixel art, right? Dreamcast was great for being easy to dev for, I think. I think that's the case. Like, it was really easy to do, higher level languages, but not like C#, but like C++, I want to say. I don't really know. But yeah, there's a strong homebrew community for that. It let you load the OS on the disk and such. Oh yeah, like it was easy to produce the games. You don't have to do ROM flashes on carts or anything like that, obviously. But also it had the internet, right? So like, I don't know how well that would work today, but it had a modem, right? And yeah, pretty cool stuff. It's a shame that it didn't do as well as it could have, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was enough good games for it, I want to say, because when we had it, it was actually my stepbrother's. We had like a demo disc that we played more than the games that we had, and then we had like 3 games for it. But the demo disc had House of the Dead. We didn't actually bother buying House of the Dead, but we played the demo a lot, even without the guns. Yeah. And keyboard attachments, etc. Yeah. Well, they discontinued it at 1 year in. I think the big thing was Sega had been suffering too long by that point, and the hype for PS2 killed a lot of the interest in Dreamcast. Yeah, I think you're right. You know, there just wasn't like enough time to make a bunch of Sonic games for it or whatever, and like Sega was making money off of their arcade games, but they were separate divisions. So like, I think it was a case of like, well, if this division's making money and this division's not, let's just stick to one division. I think they still made some games for a bit, right? But mostly it was arcade games. So yeah, we'll steal the background color from that and put it on a new layer called BG. We'll rename this one Rev. And, oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this color on this layer. There we go. And then we'll make a new layer for the art, because all this stuff is just placeholder art. And so this is the 3rd of the Haunted Forest levels. So 19 and 20 both get forest theme. I think it ended up being a good decision for Sega to pull out. They seem to have made a lot more money off everything else they were doing, like the arcade games, as you said, but also just publishing games. They were still officially licensing games for it 10 years later, I think. There were a couple small companies that kept paying for them. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, as sad as it was to see them leave the platform ring, Xbox was part of it now. You know, PlayStation 2 was killing it. The N64 was still cool in my book. Like, I know that like a lot of people didn't like that first gen 3D stuff, but I loved the N64. I was at an age where it was like, I don't know, I could see past the flaws, but also like I did miss the pixel art stuff, and I wish that there was more sprite-based stuff for Nintendo 64. And the sprite-based stuff that did come out sucked, so like, yeah. Yeah, I think the Xbox had a lot to do with that too, right? Because, or you know what, maybe the Xbox didn't come out until like a year or two later, right? But it was right around that same time. So I feel like this should be a tree. This should be a tree stuff. And this level ends in the trees, so it makes sense to start it in the trees, right? We'll grab this tree. That'll make things easier. You know, let's grab this one. It's even easier to deal with. Xbox came out later, but some are a bit suspicious Microsoft had a hand in Sega getting out, or at least they used Dreamcast to learn the game industry a bit. Because Microsoft worked with Sega to make a Microsoft CE version for the Dreamcast that allowed a lot of easy ports. Interesting. Yeah, and you know, I'm sure like when you're like in the console industry, that there's probably like all types of like little like hidden like conversations that went on like behind closed doors about the future of consoles and stuff. For example, we were talking about the Nintendo PlayStation and how that happened at like a what was it? I can't remember what it's called, but the Chicago tech show that they were doing at the time. And it was like only a few people even got to see the thing, and Nintendo was kind of using that as like a trick, right, to get PlayStation to think that they were going to work with Nintendo, when really Nintendo had no plans to work with them. They were just pretending to have plans to work with them, so that way they could get them to be behind on things, but then they used it to get ahead, right? Because they just were like, okay, well, I think they started working with Philip Magnavox, right, at that point, and then they made the shit, I can't remember what it was called, that shitty CD game thing, the CDI, right? Wasn't that what happened after the Nintendo PlayStation fell apart? The CDI came out, and interestingly enough, or no, maybe I'm confusing things. Nintendo wanted to stay away from CDs, but they wanted to work with licensing games for the CDI. So they were like, they already had like business plans to work with Sony's competitor, I think was the deal. Something like that. I don't really remember. But honestly, I think the whole Microsoft thing was good. In the end, well, not in the end, but at some point they made the fuck, what am I trying to say? XNA, right, which was made to get more indie games onto Xbox, and XNA kind of got developers into making indie games and stuff, right? I don't think that looks good there. What am I doing? And because of XNA, engines like Unity and frameworks like MonoDevelop, MonoDevelop, like we're able to like get a foothold and a lot of people using them. So like in a way, Xbox kind of paved the way for the indie scene. But yeah, actually, I got my start with XNA. Well, I don't know. The first time I made like a Hello World executable was with XNA. I did make a couple little projects, nothing I'd consider a game. But you could play them. Mostly I was just following tutorials. But XNA was hard. I remember spending like a week trying to learn how to program a camera. And then you go into Unity and it's just like, hit the create camera button and that makes your camera. Of course, coding a camera can be a pain in the ass in Unity too, but just putting one out there is a lot easier. I got I don't know, I wouldn't say far with XNA, but I was able to like do like blend shapes and to rotate and scale and translate. I did like a 3D asteroids game. I wasn't really able to make the game that I wanted to make though, and that's when I found Game Maker and I started with that. But I was limited in what I could do. I was basically just following tutorials, and if I couldn't figure out something on the tutorial, then like I gave up, and that's when I found Unity. And Unity was like really easy for me to work with. And I still like working with Unity, to be honest. But I really like the homebrew stuff, and there's no export ROM button in Unity, unfortunately. Oh, I could probably do this over there. I need to drink more of this tea. I'm like falling asleep here. There's a wild wormadam in chat. I don't know what the hell a wormadam is, but it sounds funny. It's a sandy? Wormadam sandy? I wonder what this will look like if I put like one there and one there. That might look a little weird, huh? I don't know, it doesn't look too crazy. It looks pretty crazy, but not too crazy. Do we got a sideways one in here? No, we don't. This one's got sideways logs. This whole thing could be a log, actually. That might be interesting. Well, that doesn't look right. We'll make it go down. And then... No, we'll do that. And then... that. Then we'll make an angled piece. Do we have an angled piece? I don't think we do. We have that. So we have this angle. So that's like an inside angle. Works for that maybe ish. I don't know, it looks pretty bad. We'll just draw it by hand. Let's take this and we'll mess with it. Alright. First of all, this pixel needs to be that color. That one that color. That one that color. Go ahead and put that there. That'll go there. Oh, that's not what we want. We'll fill that in. There we go. An angle log. And then we could probably figure out a way to use this, right? That works, I think. Let's see how it works with this. Maybe we'll take this one. Works for me. Oh. Well, that doesn't work. I'm fucking things up. think that makes more sense. That extra pixel's gotta go somewhere. That works. So that looks pretty cool. This area looks pretty cool. Doesn't have any ground yet. Could probably use this like mound area and put that underneath the trees. That works. Now we can get the grassy dirt. We'll just throw this there for now. Oh, this is supposed to be there. This one's supposed to be there. I don't think... Oh wait, yeah. Right here. I was gonna say I don't think we need that, but we do. Oh, and here as well. For the floating piece of dirt. Let's sip on this tea a bit more. So that doesn't work so well with the mound, so we'll just go over it. We don't need it. Yeah, we'll get the other angle. So this will be rock, and this will be a rock, but this will be a tree, I think. Well, that looks funky. That looks a little bit better. I think that'll work. You know, it might be better to do that, so it's like not like a super sharp corner, since it's a piece of wood. What happened there? Oh, did I paste something? Yeah, don't do that. Make a brush out of it. There we go. There's a Pokemon in chat. So I don't think we have this tile yet, so I'll have to make that. Stop. Just do what I tell you to. Oy, I think I'm getting sleepy. I mentioned that earlier. How dare you feel sleepy? Pretty much. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't have a crazy dream tonight, but I don't think staying up is gonna help. That works. It looks a little bit weird, but it works. Alright, we'll grab the rock. Grab all of this and this. So I think we'll do trees for all of this, and then rocks here. Rock! What about a rock tree? Like petrified tree? I've been to the petrified forest, but I didn't pay to take the tour or whatever because there's so much petrified wood around. It's like, well, why would I pay to see it? There's so much around. Like, you could just go to a gift shop nearby and they're selling petrified wood there, like big old pieces of it too. Like, I'm sure there's a lot more in the petrified forest, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm cheap. The Saguaro National Forest, or Saguaro, I don't know how to fucking say it. That was pretty cool. I actually was very impressed with that. Wouldn't expect there to be so much like life in a cacti forest. It is bustling, like for real. Also, the botanical garden in Phoenix was super cool. Lots of cacti. And they had a light show when I went. It was really cool. They mapped all these projectors to the cacti, since they don't really grow very fast. And it looked awesome. It was very cool. Very impressed with that. Oh shit, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Yeah, it was like Pink Floyd laser light show, except on cacti. That's what it felt. I've never been to Pink Floyd laser light show, but it's what I imagine it would be like. I'm taking off. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. I appreciate that. Hope you have a great night too. I think lava should go there. That little pool of green goo. And then the rest can be fire. Or, you know, we can do some spikes too. We'll do green spikes. Since they're hanging, the fire doesn't work as well hanging. Alright, I need some inside angles, don't I? I need this one. Oh, that's not what I want. This one. Oh, there was another spot for that. Oh wait, that's not even the right spot for it. It's supposed to go there. This one goes here. We'll put that there. This one there. And there. Do we have this one? Yeah, we do. This can go there. We want this angle. And it appears that it does not exist on that level. This one? Is that what we're looking for? Yeah, there we go. That's one of them. Now we need the other. Again, wrong level. I think it was this one. Yes. Alright. Now we just need this. Cool, we've got a little rock formation. Oh, we forgot that corner up there. Also, something happened there. Fix that, and then this one goes here. Alright, we've got the rock. Can do our lava. Or green goo. Alright, we've got more green goo here. There's a Pokemon in chat. And then we'll do some fireballs. Some green fire. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Alright, now we'll get some spikes from a different level. The early level has spikes. Just take that spike there, put it here, turn it around, and then we'll change the colors of it. So the darkest, and then the lightest was this yellow. And then the mid was this. Oops. All right. Get this bottom tile. Oh, we can close that, we don't need it. And throw that here and there. Actually, this could be a log. Couldn't it? Let's just make this a log. Seems weird that it's not. We have got an angle there. And then... Oh, we could just take both of these. That would make things easier. And that. And throw that there. This. Rotate it. And bam. That's easier. Don't need that. We need a left side wall. Like that. But also this is not what we want. We want this. And that right side wall. Like that. Cool, so now we can fill it in with skulls. Oh, that needs something else there. Alright, so we need an inside corner there. I don't know if we have one. We'll take this one. And that works. So the rest is treetops. I feel like these should be logs on either side. Because if we look at this, oh, it's got dirt on one side, log on the other. So maybe we should change that to be a log too, right? We'll have to scooch this over. Yeah, I think that works better. I should export this. And before I forget, I need to copy paste it over the old one. Why does my mouse do that? Copy, paste. All right. Oh, this one's a pixel off. Can't have that. Just to break things up a little bit, we'll add some of these logs in. Oh, that's not gonna work like that. Okay, so now we can just kind of fill in using the paint bucket here. And we've got a whole foreground of a new level, so that's cool. T is gone. Well, it's about time for me to find someone to raid. Oh, excuse me. It looks like Cosmo the Shadow Cat streaming. He was in earlier. He was kind enough to hang out, and he's lurking. So let's give him a raid and set up a raid message here. Have a good one. Thank you, Infinite. I appreciate that. I am going to sleep for sure. Let's set the raid message. Set raid message. We'll just do the old wave raid. And then hit enter, and then raid message. So we got the wave raid message. The sub is the top, the follower is the bottom. Or non-sub, I guess you don't really need to follow to use that. And then now I need to hit the raid button. That works totally. And that actually looks better the way you have it, to be honest. Alright, so we'll do that. We'll hit the following button. We'll go to Cosmo. Let's start the raid. Cool. Alright, so if you're ready to raid, I am ready. So I appreciate you guys saying hi to Cosmo. And I appreciate everyone who's been lurking, anyone who's hanging out, all the chatters. Definitely appreciate the new follows. And thanks everyone for hanging out while I make the pixel art. I'll probably be back soon. I don't have a plan. What day is today? Yeah, I could be back at it tomorrow, to be honest. I don't have anything going on. I gotta go to the grocery store. So maybe around, I don't know, 4 or 5 my time. So yeah, I don't know. No schedule set. Sorry, I still haven't pulled the trigger on a schedule. I want to, but I feel like as soon as I do, something else is gonna come up, and I don't know. I'll probably change some of the trees a little bit maybe when I come back, but not a big deal. Alright, so we'll raid Cosmo, and then we will, yeah, head over there.
How did the street? Oh, jeez. It's a while.